What is up? What is up? I'm back. I'm back for another day of live interview prep, including CodinGame, Codewars, LeetCode. Yeah, a lot of different stuff. Maybe some algo experts sprinkled in there. Let me just see if this button works. Ah, nice. So I just updated my stream title to include CodinGame, which should get us on the CodinGame streams page. So yeah, we should pop up here, and that might drive some more viewership into the stream. Someone else is doing the same. We got Juicemit. Filmdren is also clashing on Twitch, but I should be on this list shortly. So I think I'm just gonna hop right into a clash. Might as well just start, right? I usually start off these interview prep streams with Clash of Code just to kind of warm up a little bit. Plus it's pretty fun, and then I'll be moving on to some other stuff later in the stream. Let's go. Let's join Clash. Almost got a full lobby already. Oh, we're going in. We're going in. Shortest mode. Over the centuries, a language evolves, and not only do words appear or disappear, but some letters become more used or, on the contrary, less used. In order to be able to quickly analyze many texts, we want to develop a program that calculates how many times a given letter is present in a text. A character C that will be searched for, an integer n lines, the number of... Oh, so it's just the number of e's in both? So in Python, we can use counter. Oh, no, it's going to be better to... So we're doing shortest mode, so we'll have something like I equals input. And then we're just going to... We'll have like letter equals I. Then we'd have n equals I. Okay, I'm just gonna get the algorithm in, and then I'll try to figure out how to condense this as much as possible. So we're doing this. We'll have something like s equals empty string, and then s plus equals input. And then at the bottom we'll have input and s.count. L. This one needs to be integerize. What about like lower and uppercase text? Is that a thing we have to worry about? Doesn't look like it. Okay, so let's try to condense it. So we got our input, we got our letter that we're searching for, we got our number of lines, and then let's try to do something in parentheses dot count L, and what's in parentheses is going to be empty string dot join, input. Input for blank in range zone. So that's 71 lines. Is it still right? Okay, it's still right. It's still right, but we're slacking a little bit compared to the first place Python solution, which is 44 lines. How did you do that? Is there a quicker way to do this times thing? How do I... I'm cheating a little bit, but no, it's shortest mode. I'm just trying to look up what's the fastest way. Python list of n items. Yeah, I want to do that, but it's not quite gonna work. Like, so we still got 9 minutes to try to beat this person who got the code size down to 44. So what I'd like to be able to do is, I know for a fact that's wrong. That's only going to grab the first one. How many characters would that be if that worked? 55, bro. That's still longer than this other dude's. Okay, well I can put this here. I can put this here and we're still good, right? Oh no, then the order is wrong. Okay, but so I can bring it down to 67. What else? Oh, I don't need. No, I don't need an extra parenthesis there. So 65. Obviously, get rid of that. Okay, so 64. How did that person strip 20 more characters from this? I'm excited to see how he did it, how he or she did that. Not repeating any other function calls. Is it faster to do the sum of the counts? What if I were to do I sum of, still gonna be a list comprehension. Sum of I dot count L. For underscore in range. Okay, that's shorter. That's okay, so that brings us down to 61. That's a little shorter, but that's still not getting us. Man, I wish you could just do like this, but it's not valid Python. Like, I don't need the iterator variable. So we got it down to 60. What can we do better? What can we do better? Let's see, 5 minutes left. We're still solidly in second place, although there's 4 people clashing. One of whom is coding in Python. Oh, that's me. So there's still 3 other people clashing. Should I just submit this? I don't know if I know how to make this shorter. Yeah, I'm just gonna submit. Second place I'll take on this one. So I'll share my code. Okay, let's go ahead and see how Composer did it. What? Open 0? Count C0. Oh, so open 0 like reads the entire standard in until it gets end of file. That must be what that does. And then, but it gives you back the individual lines in the input. And so he gets his character that he's searching for out of C. Then he puts n, which is the number of lines that he doesn't actually end up using, in n, but he still needs to get it here. And then star A would be all of the remaining lines. Open 0. Okay, so that's one I'm gonna have to remember because that is short. That is short. Python open function. So if you open 0, that must open the standard input stream. Open file and return file object. But it returns a file object. Let's just search for Python open 0 and let's see what we can find about that. Okay, so standard in is on file descriptor 0, standard out on file descriptor 1, standard error on file descriptor 2. It's just a convention. So you can open 0 as in write mode. Okay, well anyway, we'll try to remember that. That's useful. That's useful for these clashes. Yeah, I was able to get mine down to 60, but I didn't know about open. That's smart. Why didn't my stream appear here? Am I not doing it right? Hold on, let's just fix that real quick. I've got CodinGame in the title. Okay, let me try to change it just slightly and see if I can fix that. Okay, let's see if that does anything. Okay, moving on, let's just clash again. Okay, we're going right into a new clash. Reverse mode. AHYKI. What changed in the second one? The H was swapped with the O. Oh, is it the, wait, no. One, three, four, five. Oh, I see how to do it. I guess I should use JavaScript for this one. Okay, so don't want the dev tools. So this is like a custom sort, I think, and then it would be print s.join. So, if it's, so uppercase letters go first. So true. Yeah, I'm slacking on this one. Ah. So what's the order that they want? Why does the bracket go between the E and the A? So, first of all, we need to figure out what type they are. And if they're the same, then we have to order them relative to each other. If they're different, we have to order them relative to what type they are. So, god damn it, dude. I don't even know if I'm doing this right, but people are solving it. A type equals type A, B type, type B, no. So, digit. Special characters, but the weird thing is in test case 4 the special character open bracket is at the end, is between the uppercase and lowercase letters. Does that mean that all the types of brackets go right there? Let's see. Is paren that one I'm not too sure about. Else, we'll just say it's a special character. Okay, so we got A type and B type. So if the A type equals the B type, then return, this is supposed to return a number, so if A type A is less than B, how much time's left? 6 minutes? Otherwise, there are different types. So if we can assign numbers to the types. So const typing equals, and then the order we want them to be, which is special special digit letter that might work. Letter oh no, it won't. We have to have an upper and lower letter. Something like that. So then we have upper paren lower. There's no way this is the solution, like, but we'll see. So if the types are the same, we can just do something like that. Otherwise the types are different, and we can return typing of A type minus typing of B type. Yeah, okay, so basically I wasn't quite right. I got 75% of the score. Let's look at my code again. I think I missed like something that probably made it easier. Let's take a look at the first place person. How was it supposed to be done? Wait, what? Sorted? There's no way, dude. Well, anyway, we got a little practice writing custom sorts. Let's play again. Oh, wait. Shit. Okay, I have to do it. Determine how much. Oh, okay. Okay, we're good. There we go. We get that one relatively quickly. We beat most of the field. Coding GQ gets it 30 seconds or so faster. And I imagine they did something pretty similar. So let's just take a look. Oh, nice. That's smart. So basically, they were able to just paste it in and not need to do what I did with the you know, the quotes and commas and stuff. And so they were able to use the, I forgot about this. In Python, you have the triple double quotes, which will let you do a multi-line string. And then then the rest of the code is the same. But yeah, basically the same idea. Did my stream... Why isn't my stream showing up here? It did yesterday. I'm a little confused. We tried changing my stream title again. Okay, so I just changed my stream title again. We'll see if that works. Let's keep going on the coding game. Few more, especially if I can't get that thing to work. It'll definitely just be a few more, and then we'll go play. Well, we'll go to Codewars. We'll do a Codewars or two, and then there's some LeetCode problems that I'm gonna look at. It's LCO from yesterday. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I didn't misread. You're ranked like 55th out of all of the Clash of Code players. That's pretty insane. Props for doing that. If you're in the chat, not sure if you're in the chat, but yeah, that's pretty fire. Reverse mode. Oh, but why? Why do they have to do something so annoying? Okay. Oh yeah, I can just do this. S equals input count S. I can just do that for all of 3 of the inputs. S, W, H. So width, that W is just the width, H is the height. I'm not sure what S stands for, the surrounding. So let's see. So if we got 6, if S is 6, then it's 6 on either side. So the actual width is going to be s times 2 plus w. And then the actual height is going to be the same, s times 2 plus the height. So we have some special cases like the corners. We basically have to check a bunch of shit. Nice job, LCO. We have to check, is I less than S or I greater than S plus H, something like that. Then print tilde times the width. So that takes care of well, we can actually just see how that looks. Let's just print empty line right now for oh yeah, so this can go here. Just pass this for now, and let's print that. Oh, need to update these here, obviously. Okay, so that looks right. Now I just need this middle case here. So, well, let's see if I can just do, so we have a couple of other cases, which is if I equals S or I equals S plus H plus 1. Then we have tilde times S plus dash times W minus 2 plus. These are such annoying problems. Okay. And then the last case will be like in the middle. We can just print something empty there for now. Invalid syntax. Okay. So why did that not work? Why is so if I is less than s, we just have straight squigglies. If I equals s, we have squigglies and then plus and then dashes, and that looks good. What is wrong with this? So if s is 2, then we want to start and h is 3. We want to draw at index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, does this need to be -1? There it is. Okay, and then last but not least, squiggly times s plus a pipe plus empty space. Oh, it's just the same as this, but slightly modified. So instead of pluses, pipes. And then instead of dashes, empty spaces. Okay, so that seems to work for the, at least for the sample tests. It's a pretty annoying problem, not gonna lie. Okay, LCO, let's see how you did it. Oh, nice. You got a signature now. Sheesh. Yeah, I mean, you did basically the same approach, but you just coded it up way faster. Let's see, did this work yet? Oh, I see what the problem is. I'm just being a fool. I'm being a moron, dude. My stream title is spelling CodinGame wrong. It's spelling it not the way that the website spells it. Easy fix. Hold on a second. I was wondering why. So there's no G on the end of coding. And then fix it there. Let's try this. Okay. I spelled your name right now, CodinGame. Get me on the live streams page. What about Grant Perkins? Yeah, same idea, just a bunch of addition and multiplication of strings. Alright, we're going into another one. Given a string s, calculate integer r, which is the result of summing all s's digits except for the first one, then multiplying the result with the first digit. Okay. So, print, oh no, we just want that, and then we want to do print int of input 0 times the sum of int x for x in input 1 colon. Oh no, I fucked up. Oh no, I'm a big moron. I was just so hyped to get a quick submission that I didn't wait for the sample test to pass. Wow. Alright, well, moving on. There we go. There we go. It works now. Okay, we're going into another clash. I won't make that mistake again. Of misspelling CodinGame. Alright, let's see what we get. Shortest mode. Okay. Michelle got a job as a teacher at the university. Michelle teaches in the same auditorium with another teacher, but she has forgotten where this auditorium is. Michelle knows how many students she has in the group A, and how many auditoriums B in the university, their capacity C, and how many students are inside D. Okay, so line 1, the number of students in Michelle's group, and then line 2, the number of auditoriums in the university. The next B lines are the capacity for each auditorium and students inside. Output line 1, the number of auditoriums that can accommodate a group for Michelle. Oh, okay. So let's just get the algorithm, and then I'll figure out how to shorten it. So basically, oh, I might be able to use open for this. I was looking at the Python open function earlier because I saw it in someone's solution for a shortest. So, well, we're gonna have an answer. Let's call our answer x, and basically, if the capacity and the students inside, so if C minus D, so that would give us the remaining capacity. If that's greater than or equal to A, then x plus equals 1, print x. Output the numbers, oh, the numbers of the auditoriums. So print I plus 1. Okay, and then we have the no free case as well. So what's going to be the, I mean, obviously having a Boolean flag. Well, I guess we should do this or something. Okay. So that's right. Now, how do we condense this? How do we condense this? So I think we do. So I saw this solution earlier that used. Okay, I got 11 minutes. I got a good bit of time to try to do this. So I saw a solution earlier that used the Python open function, and it did. So I could have basically like A underscore, don't care about it, and then star B equals open. Now, if I were to print B, it would give me the numbers. Oh, and it has /ns on the end. But we can probably deal with that fairly easily, hopefully. So so we just go through. Also, anyone can make a clash, right? It'd be cool to try to make a clash and see if it gets approved. I would enjoy that exercise. So now we need to go through, okay. So we're gonna try to print end new line dot join is this gonna work? B, no, we need to filter and enumerate. Maybe it's easier just to for loop it. If how long is this? 116, but it's not finished. Can you do go to in Python? I think I do need the boolean. K equals 0. Fuck. So 163 characters, we're already losing to the Lua coder. So how would it work if I did math here? That would work too, right? So how do... Is there not a map function that I can use? Oh, I need to do a star here. I need to do a list. $160. Isn't there a way to like do that? Python get first child of math. Okay, so there's a Python 3 submission that solves it in 149, so we're losing to that. But we're 11 away. How can we trim 11 letters? Did that really not help at all? That added characters, dude. How do I make this shorter? Oh, here we go, here we go. Wait, no, that's not gonna work. How much time do I have? 1 minute and 33 seconds. I'm gonna have to submit this shortly. Yeah, fuck it. Third place. Let's have a look at... Okay, so Mr. Chang did not reveal his code, but let's see how Popcorn Plant did it in Lua. Yeah, I don't know Lua, so this is a little challenging to read. 4j equals 1. Yeah, pretty cool. Oh, geez. We got some other... Oh, man, look at that. I did bad on this shortest mode. Some other Python 3 solutions here. Let's see how they did it. Popcorn Fuel, what's up? Glad to have been in a game with you. Congrats on the win. Thanks for coming into the stream, too. You said I could have made it shorter by doing I and IN instead of I to match. I see. Yeah, honestly, that I don't really understand because I'm not a Lua programmer, so this already is a little confusing for me to read, but the good news is it looks like you didn't need to make it shorter. It looks like you've locked in the win on this one. Yeah, you have. I'm gonna hop into another one though, so if you want to click the button at the same time. For sure. Yeah, shortest mode is probably my weakest category, I think. Also, my ELO had a huge jump recently, and so I think now it's like basically every single game has gotten harder for me now, because I think that because of my ELO, they're actually putting me up against, they're putting me in lobbies with people, you know, of similar ELO. But yeah, shortest mode is challenging. It's not very good at being short unless dealing with strings. Oh, thanks for the follow on CodinGame. I'll have to follow you back after this clash, I guess. It won't let me click out of it without leaving the clash. Good luck in the next one. Oh shit, thank you for the Twitch follow too. Really appreciate that. You must not feed the troll. Okay. Oh. That's the second time today I've done that. I hit the play button. It looks like everything's gonna be green, and then I submit, and apparently something was wrong. Rip. Rip, 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 rip. Okay, I gotta start not doing that. I gotta stop doing that. Not quite sure what I did wrong though. Oh, I see. This is supposed to be greater than or equal to right here on line 11. That's too bad. That's a silly little mistake. Yeah, thanks, man. I thought I had the dub there, but no such luck. Let's see. You probably did something similar. Oh, I see. I'm like learning Lua on the fly here. So this is saying I goes from 0 to n minus 1, which makes sense. And then you reduce the value of n every time you encounter a troll. But then, so does this not affect your loop iteration? Like, it only reads this value once and doesn't test it again at the end of each loop? That must be how it works. Oh, okay, yeah. Otherwise, that'd be weird. And then, yeah. Sweet. Well played, well played. I'm probably gonna do a few more of these, so I'm gonna play again. Oh wait. Let me... Oh, here we go. I can just follow you right here. There we go. Boom, 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 boom. Here we go. Interesting. I'm surprised no one's got this yet. I'm like noobing out here, I think. Nice. Oh, I see. So if it's a tie on the percent, you sort it by time. Yeah, I had all my code working for sorting by time, and then I realized that the percent was a part of it. That looks better. Hey! Top 2, virtual fist bump. So I started off by trying to like convert the time into a JavaScript date object, and then that clearly wasn't working. So then I just did like multiply the minutes by 60 and add that to the seconds. And then it was only after that that I figured out that I also had to take into account the percent. Yeah, not the most beautiful code here, but it does work. And yeah, I'm sure you ended up doing something similar. So you're doing a custom sort where the first thing you check is the percent. If it's the same, you do the time. Otherwise, you do the percent. Your code is very well organized for a clash of code. Like you took the time to make like a percent and a time function with regexes and capture groups. Yeah, he even did capture groups. That's intense for this. Okay, well, I don't think I'm gonna wait on everyone else. I'm gonna go again. I'm gonna do a few more. I'm not doing Clash of Code for the whole stream. I'm gonna be moving on to Codewars and LeetCode after this, but I'll do like a little bit more. Oh, I see. You had a bug, and so reorganizing it helped you find the bug. makes sense. Let's see. Well, this thing really works. Like, I've been doing CodinGame on stream for maybe like a week or two, and I just discovered this thing where you can put CodinGame in your stream title, and then they show it here on this page. And like, I'm assuming this number is right, but that's like more spectators than I've had for like any coding games that I've done. But, you know, I'm glad I discovered it later than never, because it is really nice. Yeah, awesome. Glad you found me there. Bang, bang, bang. Okay, what's next? N and X, the first X powers. So, well, 2 to the 5th is 32. Well, you just subtract 1? Is that what it is? Okay, not quite. Okay, I don't know the trick, so I guess I just have to simulate this. Oh, wait a minute. So 2 to the 5th is 32, but this is the sum of 2 to the 1st through 2 to the 4th. Well, anyway, I'm just going to do a loop because I don't think I'm going to try to figure out the math right now. Oh wait, it does need to be 0. Yeah, just so that I place 3rd, I'm submitting that. But I wish I had known, I wish I could have figured out the proper way. Well, let's see, maybe you got it. Oh, okay. So yeah, you just ran through them as well. I'm assuming there's a formula for that. this person also ran through it. So for the case of 2 and 5, it works. Like you can do 2 to the 5th power minus 1. How would that work for other numbers though? Like if you were doing 3 and it was 3 and 5, would it be 3 to the 5th minus 1? I don't know. I don't really want to think about it right now. I want to go and do another clash. I'm hitting play again. I'm going to invite LCO. LCO was in the stream yesterday. He crushes it on Clash of Code. Okay, shortest mode again. You receive many fruits. You're given a number of types of fruit. You receive then the name, followed by how many fruits you need to create a glass of juice. Finally, you receive a list of fruits represented by their character. With the given fruits, how many full glasses of juice can you make? Yeah, shortest. Well, it's not going to be shortest in JavaScript, so let me switch over to Python. Hold on, this is a little confusing. So n is the number of different types of fruit. The next n lines is a type of fruit and how many you need. Oh, okay. So let me just get the algorithm right, and then I'll try to figure out how to shorten the code. So we've got the, this will be fruit, and then count. And then what we can do, per line, we can make a counter out of it. That's gonna add a lot of stuff to, a lot of characters to the code size. Okay, so let's put these in a list. Can you do math with counters? Can I subtract a counter from another counter? I don't know if you can. So what do I have to do? I have to go through these now. And like, they all have to be in here. Okay, let's just try this. Answer equals 0. Well, actually, let's just call it A, because we're trying to do shortest mode. And then while true, we go through for FC in T, and we try to subtract that from the counter. If the counter of C of F is greater than or equal to C, then we can subtract it out. Okay, so there's a Python solution, and I still haven't bypassed it yet, so that's a good sign. Otherwise, we can break because we're done, and then down here, answer plus equals 1. Oh, wait. If I break out of a for loop, it'll run the else block, right? That's a Python thing, so I can do that. What's going on here? So if the counter it's hard to figure out what's wrong here without a debugger. So fruit and the count, and those go in T, so then I iterate through. But does this need to be a tuple? I don't know. No. We got 8 minutes left. No reason to stress out yet. Let's just get the algorithm working. X sub f. If that's greater than or equal to C, then I can subtract it out. If it's not, then we have to break. No, I don't think this else is right. I probably need like a bool flag or something. Okay, we passed the test case. Device, yeah, sorry, I'm looking at the Twitch chat now. Silent Night. Yeah, I probably could figure out a way to divide, but it needs to have all of them in there. Like it can't just have enough. Oh, wait, I could go through them all and divide them all, and then it would be the min of all the quotients, I think is what you're saying. Yeah, that would work. Maybe I should do it that way. Yeah, I guess I should just rewrite it that way. So print the min of int for I'm not going to be able to write this one-liner immediately. I'm going to have to do this. So we'll just get rid of these. So we just go through them all, and we have our answer equals A and x sub f divided by c. Why is that test case wrong? Found 1, expected 3 for, okay, let's just take a look at the test case. Okay. This is weird. I don't, okay, so I don't even understand why I'm, oh, you're good. I think I misunderstand the problem statement too, because I'm looking at test case 2 and I'm not expecting the answer to be 3. So I need to, wait, does it need to have them all? I thought a glass of, like, I think I understand what my misunderstanding is. So my thinking was that a glass of juice needs 3 F's and 4 A's. But it's, you can make a glass of juice out of 3 F's. And you can make a glass of juice out of 4 A's. So, yeah. So basically, if x sub f, yeah, no, so it's answer plus equals x sub f divided by c. Yeah, so I made the problem more difficult for myself. Okay, so I got it. Now I just have 3 minutes to make shit shorter. I don't know, I think I can probably get a solid second place here. I'm not, well, we'll see. There's still a bunch of people still clashing. I don't expect to be able to get a shorter code than your code, Popcorn. So we'll just do... So those improvements bring it down to like 200-ish. Oh, there's a Ruby solution in 50 characters? Come on. I mean, I could probably rewrite a big chunk of this as a list comprehension. I just don't think I can do it in 2 minutes. So this might be the best I'm gonna get for this one this time around. Does it still work? I didn't break it, did I? Okay, good. This is a good song. I'm gonna give this one the thumbs up in the music player. Okay, yeah, this is probably about as good as I'm gonna do on this one, so I'm just gonna submit. Let's see what Abraham JLR did. Wow, are you shitting me, dude? What the hell? Yeah, like I could have done something like this in Python. I just didn't have enough time left to rewrite my program this way. But you could make a sum of like a list comprehension where you, inside the list comprehension you do all your inputs and you do the division in there. So that's too bad that I didn't have time to do that because I spent a while misunderstanding the problem. And then Oh, there's a 98 character Python solution, which is probably what I was talking about, like doing the same thing the Ruby guy is doing with Python. And then they didn't share their code though. And then let's look at the Lua solution. Yeah, Python less than 100. Yeah, he didn't share his code though. I'm sure it's just doing a sum of a list comprehension. And then IFCT is all your stuff. And then you got your loop. You read everything in. What the hell is going on here? Is that a regex? What is load? Okay, but either way, this is like the most important part. Is you're doing the integer division here, and you're just counting the number of matches, or like the number of juices you can make. So that makes sense. And then we had the first solution to get accepted, which was a non-condensed Python solution. Okay. You said you made 2 tables, one for the fruit cost and one for the fruits available. Tables? What is a table? Lua's got tables? Wait, is that just like a hash table or something? Oh yeah, it's like a hash table. Gotcha. For some reason I thought maybe it was some kind of like database thing, but okay, I'm gonna go again. I'm gonna hit the play button again. Anyone who wants is welcome to join. I'll do I've been clashing for an hour and 45 minutes. I'll probably go to 2 hours, and then I'm going to be moving on to some LeetCode. There's some problems I want to look at. At that point, I'll change my stream title, and they'll drop me off of the list of streamers. And then anyone who's not interested in that content can just, you can go and hopefully come back another time. You have to read an array of characters, and then you have to print out letters present in the array in alphabetical order, printing every letter, how many times it appears in the array, for example. Array's dimension. Oh, interesting. Input characters in the ASCII table from 0 to FF. Okay, I think I know how I'm going to do it. I'm going to do this one with a counter again. Ah, I was slow on that one. Okay, let's see. Let's just go through what people did. So, Metha, sorted set. Oh, you can't. You create the set of letters in the input. You sort them. Then you go through. If it's an alpha, then you count again. Yeah, I see. That's smart. Frontier. Frontier is doing shortest mode, even though we were playing fastest mode. So get S, chomp, downcase, scan for A to Z, tally, and then we map. Tally is like Python's counter. Then that's pretty cool. I'm planning on like learning more Ruby so that I can solve these problems in Ruby. Yeah, Ruby is always shortest mode. So then you're getting _1 and _2, which is just going to be like the key and the value of the tally, I'm presuming. Dot sort. Wait, how is this inserting new lines in between? That's what I'm missing about this solution. Like, it's got to be doing that in here somewhere. Anyway, and then Popcorn, your solution. I wish I knew how to read Lua. $160. When you say rating, you mean like your rank out of like all Clash players, like your rank 160? Because that's really good. Wow, nice. I need to go check what mine is. I don't think it's there. I think I'm in like, I think I'm between 500 and 1,000. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. This is pretty cool that you can do these like table strings. Here, you're sorting it. Oh, I see. Yeah. I more or less understand. It's the same algorithm. And then you're sorting it so that you get, you know, the alphabetical order out. And then I did. I like that I did this right here. So, hold on. I should probably zoom in for this part of the stream. I basically just explicitly look for, you know, A through Z. And then if we found them, then we print the amount that we found. Yeah. I mean, this is useful definitely in Clash, but I've used it in like LeetCodes and a bunch of other stuff. I would have had it submitted faster, but I messed up and I wasn't converting to lowercase here from the input. But anyway. What's the time? I got time for like 1 or 2 more. How do I see my rank? Whenever I click my profile, it shows me this, but that's not my, this right here, 12,000, that's not my Clash rank though, right? How do I get my Clash rank? Do I have to go to like the Clash of Code homepage? Oh, okay, yeah. So I'm ranked 912. Which is actually worse than when I started today. I think when I started today, I was like 806 or something. But I don't mind. Even this is like a high rank in my opinion. So I'm happy with top 1,000. Hopefully I don't fall out of that. Okay, I'm gonna go again. Yeah, I just joined another lobby. In case you wanted to hop in. They don't allow Lua's like built-in libraries? Or are you saying that in Python you can like include external libraries that are not part of like Python's built-in set of libraries? If you can't use the like built-in Lua libraries, that's kind of dumb. Also, out of curiosity, how did you get into Lua? Is that what you use for work, or? I don't meet a lot of Lua coders around. I discovered a use case for Lua recently, which is in OBS you can write Lua scripts to like automate stuff on your stream. And then when I discovered that, you know, my heart sank. I was like, shit, I'm gonna have to learn Lua. And then I discovered that they support two languages, Lua and Python. So I've been messing around with like doing some custom Python scripting for OBS. Nice. They only allow the base Lua? That's weird. I wonder if that's just, maybe that was the easiest way for them to like enable the language in the app, and they would have to do more work to allow people to use like the full Lua. I do hope they add it though, because that sounds frustrating. Wow, you got that fast, dude. Oh, solution looks good. Hey, there we go. Top 2, bro. 19 seconds. That's impressive. I'm gonna look at what you did. But yeah, we get the top 2 again. First dot second sub £sign first +1. Okay, so £sign first, that must be like grabbing the length, right? So £sign grabs the length, you increase it by 1, and then you're doing a substring. For some reason, when I coded up my solution, that's honestly, it's a good symbol for it, you know, number sign for length. I like that. When I coded up my solution, I thought you had to worry about which of them was shorter. So I added extra logic in my solution that I might not have needed, where I make sure that A is the shorter of the two. But apparently that wasn't necessary, and I could have just done this. That probably would have saved me a couple of seconds. Maybe I would have solved it in under a minute with that. Oh, good news. I've been live for 1 minute and 1 hour and 58 minutes. So since I'm clashing until the 2-hour mark, I'll do one more if you're interested. Oh, this lobby's pretty full. I'll leave if you can't get in. Okay, nice. Another reverse mode. Nice. Wait, can I just do this? Yeah, that's right. There it is. Would have finished in like 20 seconds, but test 4 was like, nah, bro, here's more symbols. Oh, look, I actually just barely get second place there. Abdel comes in 10 seconds later with his Python 3 solution. Okay, let's take a look. Let's take a look at the code. Yeah, it's just numbers. I just did a quick check. I'll see what you did now. %W and %A. Those are gonna be like, those are probably Lewis specific regex like tokens, right? Like I know in like other languages, uppercase W means white space and stuff, or like alphanumeric and stuff like that. So I'm assuming that's what those are. Still no idea what load T does. Nice though, that's quick. No wonder you're like rank 160 if you're solving all these that fast. It removes funky punctuation symbols. Nice. So all I did was, if the separator is not provided, I force it to be a space. Then I filter the input by digits, and then I just print the digits joined by whatever the separator is. And then this one, oh, you know, it looks like I did unnecessary work for this problem too. I thought that they weren't giving you the space. I thought they were just giving you nothing, and so you had to assume to change it to a space. But I guess they just give you space, and so the lines 4 and 5 of my program just never run. But that's fine. So yeah. Apparently I could have done i.isDigit, but I always forget that those functions exist. So I'll have to start remembering to do that, and then yeah, you get to do that, and then that's it. I just, other people were struggling with that one. Okay, yeah, so that's 2 hours of clashing. It was a lot of fun, but I'm going to switch gears to some other types of coding content. So I've got this button here, and if it works, it will update my stream title to be the next thing. Hey, there we go. So yeah, I'm going to be moving on to Codewars. Yeah, so anyone who was watching just for the Clash of Code content, I'll miss you, but I understand that you're probably going to go now. And yeah, Popcorn, thanks for being active in the channel, in the chat today, and joining a lot of clashes with me. It was a lot of fun. I'll be back tomorrow for more, for another stream where I'll start with clashes again. So yeah, there'll be that. And yeah, so that's it for Clash of Code. Now I'm going to go into Codewars. Nothing to do for 40 minutes? Fair enough. Fair enough. I don't know much about Codewars. Someone came into my stream chat like a week or two ago and name dropped it, and so I come to look at it, and I think it does have competitive play, but I haven't really done it. Let's see. They have freestyle sparring, which is take turns remixing and refactoring others' code, but I haven't really done much of that. I've mostly just been doing the practice. So I've got my language selected as C++, and I just do train. And I usually just do like 1 or 2 of these, and then I'm gonna hop over into LeetCode mode. I'm gonna come back to this problem that I was working on yesterday called trapping rainwater. Oh yeah, you're good. I don't know if we can, I don't know if there's PvP in this. But yeah, so I'll just do 1 or 2 code wars, and then in LeetCode, I'm gonna do this problem. And the reason I'm doing this problem is because I solved it yesterday in linear time, but I think there's other ways you can solve it using some different techniques. So I solved it using like a prefix array and a suffix array, but according to my sources here, this problem can be solved using monotonic stack 2 pointers and or dynamic programming. So I want to try to solve it a little bit differently, see if I can figure out one of the other techniques. This one looks intense, trapping rainwater. Yeah, I mean, this is a LeetCode hard, so depending on your level of familiarity with LeetCode questions and just generally like algorithms and data structures questions, this might not be a good one to start on. You hated C++. My employer was going to make us use C++, but since Lua compiles to C++, I got to just continue doing Lua. Oh, nice. So can you also use C++ libraries or like DLLs? Can you link into other C++ object files? I assume that you can if Lua compiles to C++. Okay, so looking at this, you're supposed to write a function that accepts an array of 10 integers between 0 and 9 and returns a string of those in the form of a phone number. Yeah, see, like, this is pretty easy, but I'm going to do a few anyway. Oh, I see. Yeah. But like, outside of CodinGame, the interoperability between C++ and Lua, I'm assuming is pretty good. Nice. What's your job? What kind of software development in Lua are you doing? So this one's pretty easy. What's gonna be the easiest way to do it though? I guess just this. Kind of dumb, but build the answer like this. Plus equals array sub I, and then I have to turn it into a character. So the way I do that is by adding the ASCII value of 0. Then I add a closing paren and a space. Then I do from 3 to 7. 3, 4, 5, no, 3 to 6. Then a dash. And then the last 4 numbers. So 6 through 10. Those cringy apps you play for 15 minutes on the toilet that spam ads, I'll do the client-side stuff. Roblox, I prefer. I'll do both client and server-side. Cringy apps, I work freelance. Roblox, part-time, actually employed. Oh, hell yeah. So you work for Roblox, the company, or you create like games for Roblox that make money, like for you on the side? Because that's pretty dope. I've actually considered dabbling in Roblox dev at some point. Oh, hell yeah. That's awesome. Hey, I can't cancel my Roblox subscription, by the way. And I've been pissed at Roblox for it for a while. So there's probably nothing you can do about that. But I like signed up for it, and I'm paying like monthly for like whatever the premium perks are and like the in-game money. And I want to cancel it because I barely ever play Roblox now, and I can't cancel it. I'm sure that's not you. Yeah. But so as far as the cringy apps go, so you must be doing like app development in a different language than Lua, right? Or I assume that you're using Swift or something like that, or Java. Ah, okay, I see. So this would have been the nicer way to do it. You can use a printf where you just give it the format, but then it kind of sucks that you have to do this though. You have to like comma separate all the elements of the array, but still that works. Yeah, this is the other thing that I do like about Codewars is like after you solve one of those little challenges, you can see what the most upvoted answer like solutions are. Yeah, like this. This is another nice way to do it using C++ string streams. Kind of wish I'd thought of that. What's my favorite of these? I think I like this just because you can like look at it and tell that it's a phone number. You know what I mean? Like you can look at it and you can see that it's kind of like a regexy thing, but it's not a regex. It's a formatted string that's creating a. Oh, also they have an extra %d on the end, so. That's not necessary, but I guess it doesn't impact the correctness of the program in this case. It just means that you could throw another number on the end and it would put it on the end, even though it would no longer be like a real phone number. You said you do Lua and use something like Corona, not the virus, to compile into Swift. I've been wanting to do actual Roblox games though, like you said, just as additional potential income. Yeah, for sure. I don't play Roblox much, like I said, but I have some friends who play it every once in a while. The one thing that I did on Roblox with them was, and you're not going to be surprised by this, I went on Roblox and I played Squid Game with them, like after, watching Squid Game. And then after the game came out on Roblox and there was like the huge hype around it and everyone on Twitch was playing Roblox Squid Game. So I went in there and played. It was fun. I made here, I'll just show you this real quick. I made a word game that's similar to Wordle. If you go to exertle.net, you'll see it. So it's a web game, but if you go to it on your phone, it's like phone optimized as well. It looks like this. You see the on-screen keyboard and everything. And so it's very similar to Wordle, you just guess. But the big twist is that the word that you guess and the solution can be any length, as opposed to it like in Wordle where the max length, or not the max length, but the length of the solution is 5. So you can guess anything. And then whenever you get a yellow tile, there's an arrow in it that shows you which direction that letter needs to move. Yeah, you get extra clues. It's harder, but it's kind of ends up being about the same though, because you get more clues. So the other thing that you can get is you can get an asterisk. Let me see. I don't know how to force one to come up. If you get an asterisk on a letter, then that means that there's more of it in the word. So if this E like had a little yellow asterisk next to it, then that means that there's at least one more E somewhere in the word. So yeah, that was fun. Okay, let's do another one of these, and then I think I'll go to LeetCode. Take me to the next kata. To some. Okay, let's try this. Write a function that takes an array of numbers and a target number. It should find two different items in the array that, when added together. Oh yeah. This is the like cliche coding interview problem that you can find videos for on like YouTube on basically like even Google made a video on like how to interview in a technical interview, and this was the problem. There's several solutions. Wait, the input is sorted, right? It doesn't say the input is sorted. I don't think it matters though. So the three solutions are, there's a solution in n squared time, where you just try every pair of numbers. There's a solution in n log n time where you can sort the numbers and then do a binary search for on each iteration. But then actually the easiest solution, which is also the fastest, is to use an unordered set of integers. So pound include set. Oh no, we don't need to do that. We need to use the default namespace. Okay. So basically, we're just going to store the numbers we've seen, and we're going to go through the array. And we're trying to figure out if we've already seen a number in the array that we can sum with this number to get target. So the number that we want to look for is test number. We want to see if we can do target minus numbers of I, and target minus numbers of I is going to be a number that you could add to numbers of I to get target. And so if we've seen that, then we're good. And also we're supposed to be returning indices. So this should actually be an unordered map of ints. So if seen dot, if we have test number in there, any valid solution will be accepted. Okay, so we can just do it this way. So if it's in there, then we can return a pair of I and scene test number. Then when we get down here, scene sub numbers I equals I, so we store it in scene, and we keep going. Do they guarantee that there'll be an answer? It actually doesn't specify what to do if there's no solution. My best guess would be that you can return a pair of -1s, or something like that. I'm not sure. Okay, there we go. We passed all the tests. Submit. Let's take a look here at the solutions. So solution 1 here is the order of n squared solution with the double for loop. Then solution 2 uses the unordered map. So this is basically the same thing that I did right here. Oh, they also decided to return -1, -1 like I did. And then what else do we have? Does anyone list the binary search approach? That's what I'm curious about. So this one here, this one is also the order of n squared solution. No, everyone's showing the n squared solution or the linear solution. Come on, tell me someone's got a binary search in here. Oh, what is this here? This is an interesting one. I is 0, j is 1. If the sum of the two numbers is not the target, increase j. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is just the n squared solution as well, but they did it weirdly with while loops, with one while loop instead of 2 for loops. I don't think anyone's gonna mention the binary search approach. That's fine. Okay, that's it for Codewars. Ooh, look! I unlocked a new privilege, 50 honor. I have the ability to mark comments as having spoiler code. Man, I've got so many privileges on this website. Okay, so that was 2 quick Codewars. Honestly, still trying to figure out if it's worth doing those, but as of right now, I'm including it in the stream. So the next thing is I'm going to do some LeetCode. So I'm going to look at trapping rainwater. Then I have some other problems picked out here that are supposed to be dynamic programming problems. Yeah, it's a little weird. I'm still not 100% sure on like why I would continue to use it. Yeah, sure. I could here. I mean, what's your experience level with LeetCode style problems? Because I could pick out something more reasonable, or I can just go with what I had planned, and then you can work alongside me. What is this? No Lua? Oh yeah. The reason I'm doing a huge LeetCode grind right now is because I'm preparing for job interviews. I'm trying to get a new job in the industry. Like if you look at my my LeetCode profile here, you can see I haven't been doing much LeetCode at all until like mid-July of this year. So like for the last two and a half weeks or so. And then if you go on my timeline and you go back to 2020, what you'll discover is I had a massive grind, which was, you know, about 4.5 to 5 months long in 2020. That's the last time I did this. That's the last time I was preparing for job interviews. And then I got a job at Google and I worked there for like 1.5 years. And I quit like 2 months ago. And so now I'm back in the grind. So the longest common prefix of a vector of strings yeah, it was a good company. I wasn't really enjoying the team that I was on and the work that I was doing. Okay, I think this is pretty straightforward, right? So I'll just do this one real quick. Longest common prefix, problem 14. This will be my LeetCode warm-up for the day. So, 4 int I equals 0. I is less than strs.size plus I. So basically, we're just gonna keep going until the prefix is no longer common. So we also only need to keep going until we hit the shortest. Here, I'll do it this way. Int prefix length, CPL, common prefix length. Start that off at 0, and then we'll have something like while true. We're gonna end up returning strs 0 dot substring 0 through CPL. Yeah, something like that. Now we go through all the strings. So for string s in the strs, let's just do it this way. Let's grab the character. Char c equals strs 0. Strs of the CPL. Sorry, it's strs 0 of the CPL. And then we'll go through the rest of them. I equals 1. I is less than strs.size plus I. So it just needs to be the same. If it's not the same, so if strs sub I sub CPL is not equal to C, then we're bad. We're bad. So the way I do bad is I just have a bool bad equals false. Bad equals true. Break. If bad, break. That should be right. The only thing is CPL has to be within the length of the word too. So while run it on the C++ substring subster. I was close. Right. We also, yeah, so we need to break once we're past the length. So while CPL is less than strs 0.size. I think it's length for strings. And then here we do the same. If CPL is greater than or equal to strs I dot length, or oh, we need to plus the CPL here. Okay, so that gets us the right answer for example 1. So use all the example test cases. You get empty string. I mean, I feel like it's got to be right now, right? That's right. Submit. Yeah. So accepted on that one, finding the longest common prefix. A much more challenging problem that I'm going to be doing soon, but not today, is the longest common subsequence of 2 arrays. That one you solve with dynamic programming, and I'm working my way up to it. Like, I'm trying to practice some dynamic programming problems every day. So, well, now my question for myself is this the most efficient solution? Can we do any better than this? So I start the common prefix length off at 0, and then I keep incrementing it as long as... Yeah, I think this is about as good as you can get. Like, I check each letter once to see if they all are the same. Let's take a look at the solution and see if they have anything better. Time complexity O of S, where S is the sum of all the characters in the strings. Yeah, that's what I have right now too. In the worst case, all n strings are the same, so then you compare all the letters in all the strings, so you get S. Vertical scanning. Yeah, I think that's what I'm doing. I'm doing vertical scanning. Divide and conquer. Oh, divide and conquer. That seems like a little over the top for this, but I guess you could, yeah, I guess you could do that. So basically, divide and conquer, you're like, yeah, it does. It's not always reliable for programs that run fast, but mine ran in 8 milliseconds. 9.3 megabytes of memory. But with a divide and conquer, the idea is generally that you recursively split your input in half till you eventually end up with like an array of size 2. Then you would find the longest common prefix of those 2, and then you would start merging the results back together as the recursion stack unwinds, as it comes back up. So that's what this is doing. But it definitely seems a little unnecessary for this problem. And it increases your space to m log n because of the call stack. Binary search. That's an interesting approach to this one. Yeah, binary search is an interesting approach. So basically, find the longest length of your string. Find the longest length of all the strings in the input. Then go start halfway between 0 and that. Check to see if that's the length of the longest common prefix. If it is a longest common prefix, then your binary search goes to the right. You can see if there's an even longer one. If that number is not a common prefix, then you go to the left, and you split it in half again. But unfortunately, that forces the runtime up to s times log of m, so that's slower. In this case, obviously there's problems where binary search gets you an optimal runtime, but in this problem, it makes it slower. Yeah, it's fancy. It's like a cool application of binary search, but it doesn't actually help you on this one. Alright, I'm going to solve this one though. Trapping rainwater. This is my solution from yesterday that I'll go over again, but I want to try to solve it using a different technique. But before I do that, I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break, and then I'll come back and do more of this. Okay, just have to use the restroom real quick. So this one, trapping rainwater, I solved it yesterday in linear time, and the idea is that for any of these, I even drew out a diagram. Hold on a second, see if I can get that back. Here we go. For any of these indices, so these numbers along the bottom here are the indices of the array. And then the elements of the array would be the height at each point. So for any of these indices, the amount of water above it is determined by the height of the tallest tower to the right and the height of the tallest tower to the left. That's basically the idea. So if you're right here at this 8 and you want to figure out So you know from the array that it's height 1 at this location. If you want to know how much water is above it, you need to know what's the height of the tallest tower to the right in the array, and what's the height of the tallest tower to the left. So the height of the tallest tower to the right, it's easy to see, is 2, and there's 3 of them. It doesn't matter that there's 3 of them, it just matters that the height of the tallest one is 2. And then the height of the tallest one to the left is 3. But because the height of the one to the right is 2, then you end up with a water level at 2, right? Because what you end up doing is you take the tallest that you know of to the left, and you take the tallest that you know of to the right, and whatever the min of those is where the water level would be above whatever index you're at. Then the exception, obviously, the exception would be if this index 8 is taller than both of those, then you're on like a peak of sorts, and there's no water. So as long as you check all of those cases, you'll get a accepted answer, and that's a linear runtime. So that's exactly what I did, is I figured out tallest to the left of each index and to the right, and then use that info to get a solution. And then it's pretty straightforward here. So for index I, it's also worth noting that you only care about I goes from 1 to n minus 2, because the towers on the very far left and the very far right cannot have any water over them, just because of the description of the problem. So you can skip those, and then all you need to do is look at what's the tallest to my right. So I made this array prefix tallest, and what's the tallest to my left. Oh, that was backwards. This is tallest to my left, the prefix tallest, and then suffix tallest is the tallest to the right. So you find the min of those, and then you subtract the height at the current index, and then as long as that's greater than 0, you add it to the answer. So that's how you would do that one. That's how I did it yesterday, but as I mentioned before, now I'm going to try to redo it using monotonic stack, or maybe 2 pointers, or maybe dynamic programming. I haven't quite decided yet. So, looking at the diagram again, the idea behind the monotonic stack would be that for each index, you have the ability to look up the next tower with greater than or equal heights to you. So it's not the tallest to the left, it's the next tower that has height greater than or equal to you. So like 7 would be able to see that 9 is greater than or equal to, and it's the next. And then it would be able to see that the 6 is greater than or equal to on the other side. That's what the monotonic stack basically lets you do. And then knowing those 2 pieces of information, you'd be able to produce an answer a similar way. Yeah, I don't think I want to solve it with monotonic stack though. So there's a really great question on LeetCode for monotonic stacks, if you're interested. It's called next greater element. And it's a really useful technique, but I don't know if I want to try to apply it to this problem, because it feels like just a more confusing way to do what I've already done. So what I really want to do is try to apply dynamic programming to this. The question is, am I going to be able to figure out how to do that? So in order to do dynamic programming, we need to figure out like a recurrence. Like we basically need to base our answer for like index I on information we've already computed for indices 0 through I minus 1. So I'd be able to see like the total amount of water that I've gathered so far, perhaps. I kind of want a hint. On it because I already solved the problem. I might try to take a hint on how you're supposed to do this with dynamic programming. Oh, also just to explain why I'm doing this, LeetCode has this dynamic programming study plan. Well, it has a bunch of study plans. These are worth looking at. But I'm currently in the middle of this ultimate dynamic programming study plan. And it has 4 levels, of which I'm still on level 1. And so it's got them basically sorted by day, and in theory, in like increasing difficulty sort of thing. So yesterday was word break and trapping rainwater, and so I solved trapping rainwater yesterday, but I didn't solve it using what I would consider dynamic programming. And so before I move on to arithmetic slices and decode ways, which I already have open here to do today, I wanted to figure out what the dynamic programming approach to trapping rainwater is supposed to be. So let's see here if I can just get a hint. So brute force obviously doesn't work, it's n squared. Okay, so dynamic programming. In brute force, we iterate over the left and right parts again and again just to find the highest bar. What's that next? But this could be stored. Okay, wait, is this literally just what I did? Find the maximum height of a bar from the left and up to an index I in the array left max. Find the maximum height of a bar from the right and up to an index I in right max. Iterate over the height array and update the answer by adding the min. Okay, I'm glad I came here to look at this because this is what I did. So I guess they considered my solution here the dynamic programming solution. Basically, I would just rename prefix tallest and suffix tallest to left max and right max, and it would be the same thing. Yep. This for loop right here, this is the same as, oh, you can't see it. This for loop in the solution is the same as this right here in my code. Okay, so that's linear runtime. So here's the stack solution. Let's just take a look at what they say about this. Instead of storing the largest bar up to an index, we can use stack to keep track of the bars that are bounded by longer bars and hence may store water. Using the stack, we can do calculations in only one iteration. Yeah. I think that makes sense. We keep a stack and iterate over the array. We add the index of the bar to the stack if bar is smaller than or equal to the bar on top of the stack, right? Which means that the current bar is bounded by the previous bar in the stack. If we find a bar longer than that on the top of the stack, we ensure that the bar at the top of the stack is bounded by the current bar and a bar previous in the stack. Hence, we can pop it and add resulting trapped water to answer. So, looking at the code, they just have stack, popping and pushing and blah, 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 and they get the answer. Okay, this is also interesting. 2 pointers. Instead of computing the left and right parts separately, we may think of some way to do it in one iteration. From the figure in dynamic programming approach, notice that as long as right max sub I is greater than left max sub I, the water trap depends on the left max, and similar is the case, So we can say that there is a larger bar, that if there is a larger bar at one end, we are assured that the water trapped would be dependent on height of bar in current direction. This is not really a great explanation. As soon as we find the bar at the other and we start iterating in the opposite direction, we must maintain left max and right max during the iteration. But now we can do it in one iteration using 2 pointers. So they have left 0, right height.size -1. Answer is 0, left max 0, right max 0. So the pointers are coming inwards. That's how they're doing the 2 pointers in this situation. They're starting the pointers at the edges. Let's see here if I can understand how they did this. I'm not going to implement it, but I'm just curious. So they have like a pointer to 0, and I have a pointer to 15, and these pointers are coming inwards. And so they come in and they can basically, like, as they're coming inwards, they're keeping track of the tallest they've seen so far. That's the left max and the right max. If the height of the left is less than the height of the right, then they update, then if the height is more than the left max, we update it. Otherwise, we can increase the answer by left max. I sort of understand. So, if the height of left is less than the height of the right, then we know that the water is being captured. We know that the height that matters, the taller height, is the one on the right. So then we're just trying to see if our current height is less than the left max, then we can store water above. That's the idea there. Okay, I think I'm honestly more interested in moving on to today's problems. So that's how you do trapping rainwater in like 5 different ways. Okay. So arithmetic slices. Hold on a sec. Got a little bug with the music. An integer is called arithmetic if it consists. An integer array is called arithmetic if it consists of at least 3 elements, and if the difference between any 2 consecutive elements is the same. So 13579 is arithmetic because it has at least 3 elements, and you've got a difference of 2 between each. And you got 7777, where the difference is 0, and you've got 3, -1, -5, -9, where the difference is -4. Given an integer array nums, return the number of arithmetic subarrays of nums, where a subarray is a contiguous subsequence of the array. So if you get 1, 2, 3, 4 in your input, the output is 3 because you've got 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4 itself. So I think for this one, we want to take the input and break it up into sections. that are like arithmetic sequences. So for example, you could have an input that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, but then you could have like 8, 12, 16, you know, you could have that. And so now you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, which forms 3 arithmetic sequences, subarrays. But then 4, 8, 12, 16 also forms the same. It would, yeah. You don't have any that like cross the middle, but here's the thing though. Oh wait, they have to be subarrays. So what I was thinking is, let's say hypothetically speaking, we had a like let's say that we had a 20 here, okay? So we actually have an arithmetic subsequence now where 4 plus 8 is 12 and 12 plus 8 is 20. And so your 4, your 12, and your 20 could be considered an arithmetic subsequence. But this problem doesn't care about that. This problem only cares about arithmetic subarrays, so it has to be contiguous. So if we figure, so basically we can figure out if we can figure out that there's this maximal arithmetic subarray. When I say maximal, I mean that we can't add another element into it from either side and have it maintain its arithmetic property. So like if I had a 5 here, or let's say rather that we were looking at 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 is not a maximal arithmetic subarray because you can add 4 into it and it's still an arithmetic subarray. So part of the problem, part of the solution could be, and I'm just brainstorming out loud, finding the maximal arithmetic subarrays. And there could be overlap. For example, this does need to be a 4 here, obviously. And so once we find these, then it's a little bit of math. I'm sure that we could come up with a formula to take a subarray of length n and figure out the number of subarrays within it that have size of at least 3. That's what you'd need to do. So in the case of this one, it would be 3. In the case of this one, it would also be 3. Is that the DP approach they want? So here's an interesting question. What's the maximum size of an overlap between 2 arithmetic subarrays, 2 different ones, like with different differences? It's at most 1, right? Like for example, this right here could never start at 3, because if it did, then our subarray difference is 1, and then that doesn't work with the rest of the numbers in it. So you have at most 1 overlap between your 2 arithmetic subarrays. And then let's try to think about it. So if I find, so let's say that we have, let's say that, let's change our input to A, and let's say that I through J is a maximal arithmetic subarray of size K. Of size K equals J minus I plus 1, because let's just say these bounds are inclusive. So if we had like 1:2 here, it would be like that. So assuming that we have that, how many arithmetic subarrays, this is what we need to know now. How many arithmetic, so actually we already know that the whole subarray is maximal. So what we want to know is how many subarrays of size greater than or equal to 3 exist in I to j. If we can figure that out, then I think we can solve the problem. So if we take the length of it, if we, let's say that, okay, so we know the size is k. Here, let's hop over to the drawing tool. So we go here, go to a clean area, and so let's say we have a subarray of size 7. So this is, so basically the idea is that we find this subarray within the larger array. So this right here is I, this right here is j. So we have k equals j minus I, plus 1 equals 7. So k is the length of our maximal arithmetic subarray. This could have anything in it. This could have, 3, 6, 9, 12. And then this is our array A. So we want to know how many subarrays of size 3. So we've got this one. Let me change to a different color. There's this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one. So how many is that? Subarrays of size 3. So let's call that S sub 3 is 5. But then you also have subarrays of size 4, you have subarrays of size 5, ... and you're going to have subarrays of size 7 is going to be 1, right? You got one subarray of size 7, which is the entire thing. Now, this, however, is going to be 1 less, because you got here, you got here, you got here, and you got, wait, I messed something up there. 1, 2, 2, oh, is it 2 less? Oh, no, it is 1 less. So subarrays of size 4 is 4. And I think we'll see that pattern continue. 3, down to 1. So and all of these subarrays count. So what we end up with is we end up with our S. I don't even know what to call this, like Sij. We end up with 1 plus 2 plus 5, and we end up with just the sum of the numbers. So now we're getting into some math. The sum of n, where n goes n goes from, the sum of the numbers 1 to n. I don't even know how to write that. I'll just write it like that. We got a formula for that, and it's n times n plus 1 over 2. I think we can use this to get an answer. So if we have a subarray of length k, we have a subarray of length k, so it's 7. So we actually subtract 2 from that. So basically, it's going to be k minus 2. So yeah. So we're going to use that formula. In the context of that formula, n equals k minus 2. So we take our length of 7 and we subtract 2 because we know that every subarray needs to be at least of size 3. So then to do this formula down here, we get k minus 2 times k minus 2 plus 1, so just k minus 1, all divided by 2. We increase our answer by that amount. So I don't think this is the dynamic programming solution to this problem, but I do think that this will probably work. The approach that I'm going to take is I want to find every subarray, every maximal arithmetic subarray where you cannot add any more elements into it and have it maintain its property of being arithmetic as defined by the problem. And then you find the lengths of all those, and there can be at most one number of overlap between. You find the lengths of those. This will tell you the number of subarrays within that are a length of at least 3. And you just sum up all those numbers. I think that's it, unless I'm misunderstanding something about the problem. Okay, so how many subarrays of size greater than or equal to 3 exist? Well, we figured out the answer to that. It's k minus 2 times k minus 1 divided by 2. Okay, so let's actually do it then. And this is gonna solve the problem in linear time. And answer equals 0. Return answer. Yeah, I was just reviewing the problem description, and I still think this is right. So we're gonna iterate through I equals 0. Let's just get our n here. Not the same n as what I was talking about before. This is just the number of integers in the input. Okay, and so we're trying to find the length of an arithmetic subarray. So I think probably an easy way to start off is going to be just to take the first 2 numbers, find the difference, and start off an arithmetic subarray right there. Also, we can add a little short circuit here at the start of the problem, which is if n is less than 3, the answer is just 0. And so now we know that we can do this. Int diff equals a sub 1 minus a sub 0. And we'll do something, we'll have like int start equals 0. So the idea here is that we're keeping track of our current arithmetic subarray, our current maximal arithmetic subarray that we're trying to build. Also, what happens if we plug 2 into this formula? Good. We get 0. That's what we want. Yeah, now I'm looking at it, that seems really obvious. So we've got our start, we've got our diff, which is the it's the common difference among the members of the arithmetic subarray. So now we can start our I off at 2, because we've already processed. Yeah, so at any point we can do like I minus start, and that tells us the current length of our subarray. Okay, so now I need to think about how we code this, because we are going to have the possibility of a single element of overlap. Let's look at another interesting example here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10. Right? So this is a case that we need to make sure that we handle. So we've got our maximal arithmetic subarrays are 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 6, 8, and 8, 9, 10. So this is actually the same as before, where you have one number of overlap, but it's possible to have no overlap as well. So instead of that, this could have been 15, 16, 17. And if it's 15, 16, 17, then there's no overlap, and we just have our new arithmetic sequence or subarray starting up here. So we'll keep these test cases in mind as we build this. We need to handle one element of overlap between two subarrays that are arithmetic, but it's also possible that there's absolutely no overlap. Okay, so we've got this, we've got this. The thing to test now is, does the current element continue the arithmetic subarray? Can I do a sub I minus a sub I minus 1? Can I do that and get the diff? Right? Can I do that and get the diff? If I get the diff, then can we just continue? We just keep going, right? We keep going, we keep adding numbers to the maximal subarray. Otherwise, if that if statement runs and we don't get the diff, that means that the previous subarray is over. It means the previous subarray is maximal, and we can do our math. So answer plus equals, so we already defined our k variable down here, so let's use that. So the k that we were talking about is the length of the maximal arithmetic subarray, and you get k equals I minus start. Plus 1? Yeah, so we got that. If we come in here and we look at I equals 2, and we look at 2 and 1, and we find that, and it's the same diff, then we continue, because the length becomes 3. If this fails, that means we're now starting a new one, so the length is 2. Yeah, so it's I minus start. And then answer plus equals, and this is the formula we came up with, k minus 2 times k minus 1 divided by 2. What else do we need to do then? We need to restart. So we know the diff between I and I minus 1 is not the diff, but it could be. see this is the thing. We need to start our array. Okay, so diff equals this. Start equals I minus 1. And then the other thing is when we get to the end, we need to do this one more time. So int I needs to be outside. No, well, I mean, okay, so there's a couple of different ways you can do it. When the loop terminates, I is equal to n. And so this just becomes n minus start. Okay, we get expected output for that test case. If we use all the example test cases, it doesn't give us much more. We already know we're going to get the right answer for that. Let's include our own test cases. So this one should be 6. This one should be 3, 4, 5. 6, 5 is what we want to see. Okay, so we're getting accepted output for the 2 sample test cases and also our 2 custom test cases that I made while brainstorming how to solve this. So that bodes really well. Unless I well, you know, you always take a risk when you hit the submit button, but I feel good about this. Hopefully it's completely right. If we don't get it accepted, then we'll try to figure out why. So submit. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. Pog. Runtime 0 milliseconds. That just means that it's hard for it to measure it, right? It means the solution runs so fast that they can't even like measure it properly. Oh, you're good, man. Thanks for still hanging around. I do appreciate that. Oh yeah, you got hyper focused. So I solved this one, and I'm pretty sure this is a linear solution, linear runtime. So I'm pretty sure you can't do any better than this. But I don't think this is the dynamic programming solution that they wanted for the dynamic programming study plan. But this is still really good for this one. So I mean, I'm just happy that I came over here. I thought about the math a little bit. Thought about the you know, I observed that there's at most 1 integer of overlap between any 2 consecutive arithmetic subarrays, and so we were able to use all that to come up with a solution that works. So that's pretty pog. So let's see here. Before I click the solution page, let me try to think about how you might DP this. Because this is not it. This is not DP. This is just finding the maximal subarrays and then doing a little bit of math on the length of it. What do they want for DP? So for DP, here, I don't want to lose this solution, so let me comment it out. Comment it out. Here, let's comment it out and move it to the bottom. This information, I don't think these observations are going to matter at all for the DP solution. I just needed those observations to come up with the math solution. But I'll still keep that down there, but let's just focus on this, and let's add a bunch of new lines so that we can't see my commented out solution below. Okay. So for the DP, vector of int, well, we can still have our short circuit on the length. I don't mind that at all. If n is less than 3, return 0, that's fine. Vector of int dp of n, and so with the dp, we need to formulate the problem and decide what dp of I is. And ideally, dp of I we will be able to calculate from dp of I minus 1. So dp of I something along the lines of the number of subarrays, something like number of arithmetic ending at I, something like that maybe. Or it could be like well, because we still have the same observation. I can't just like forget now, because it makes a big difference to the problem. That your arithmetic subarrays, they don't overlap. Like your maximal arithmetic subarrays, they don't overlap except by at most one element. So what I'm kind of like worried about is I'm going to go to the solution page, right? The DP solution is going to end up being either n squared or n cubed, probably n squared. And I'm going to sit here thinking like, why would I implement it that way when there's a perfectly good linear time solution that I'm much more proud of. Anyway, I do think the DP is going to end up being n squared, so let's think about how they might do that. So print I equals 0, I is less than n plus I. DP of I equals it could be something like number size of the currently known maximal subarray, maximal arithmetic ending at I. Or it could just be containing I. No, ending at I is better. Because then we can just increase that if we find another digit that follows the sequence. No, this is dumb. I'm not going to try to write this just because I already solved it like probably as fast as it can be solved on a single processor. So let's go ahead and take a peek. So brute force is going to be n cubed. That's time limit exceeded, almost certainly. Better brute force. We can see that we're okay. So better brute force just goes down from n cubed to n squared. What does it do? Oh yeah, it's just iterating. Better brute force is just iterating over all subarrays. I see. Yeah. So this solution is the super naive brute force, where you loop over the start and end index of each subarray ish, and then you iterate through all the elements within the subarray and make sure that the distance between them is the same. Then you optimize that a little bit here by so basically you just start off with your distance from A and the next, from current element and the next one, and then you go as far as you possibly can until the subarray ends, and you count all of those. That's good too. Using recursion, let's see. So using recursion gets you linear runtime. So okay, I see. So you have your global sum variable, then you call slices on the entire array. So I starts off at the end. I see. Then if a sub I minus a sub I minus 1 equals a sub I minus 1 minus a sub I minus 2, then you have 3 in a row that have the same distance. So AP, I don't know what that stands for, but basically you started off at 1 because you just found 1, and then you keep going again. I see, yeah. Okay, so the dynamic programming solution . So let's see here. In the last approach, we start with the full range, 0 to n minus 1, where n is the number of elements. We can observe that the result for the range 0 to I only depends on the elements in the range 0 to I and not any element beyond this range. Thus, we can make use of dynamic programming. We can use a one-dimensional dynamic programming array with number of elements equal to n. dp of I, here we go, this is what I was trying to figure out, is used to store the number of arithmetic slices possible within the range k to I, and not in any range k to j. Okay, again, k refers to the minimum index possible such that k to j constitutes a valid arithmetic slice. Yeah. So that's kind of talking about the maximal arithmetic subarray that I was talking about. Okay, so let's try to understand the code. So the sum is 0. You start at I2 and you go through the length. Then you do the same thing where you're just checking the last 3. You're checking the last 3 to see if they're an arithmetic subarray. If it is, your dp of I is 1 plus dp of I minus 1. So you're basically 1 more than the number we found starting at from the previous DP. And then you increase the sum by that amount. Okay, I can see that my solution is actually down here after the dynamic programming solutions. So I'm trying to understand, I'm trying to convince myself, like I know it's right, it's gotta be right because it's in the solution page, but I'm trying to convince myself that it's right. So what is DP of I again? Oh shit, I just smudged my glasses. Now they're a mess, dude. So I can make that a little bit better real quick. Oh god, that's worse. I might have to take a glasses cleaning break. DP of I is used to store the number of arithmetic slices possible in the range k through I. And not in any range kj such that j is less than I. Right. I think that makes sense. Again, k refers to the minimum index possible such that kj constitutes a valid arithmetic slice. So I think that's basically the same thing as dp of I equals number of arithmetic subarrays including ending at I and starting from it's like I don't know how to write it. I guess the way they wrote it is good, but it's like your maximal arithmetic subarray. Like you can't make it any bigger. Except in this case, you're only maximal on one end, which is the start, and then I is going until it stops being arithmetic. Okay, I'm gonna close the solution and actually code this, I think. Even though I basically remember what they did, I'm gonna code it and justify to myself why it's correct. This might be good enough here. dp sub I is the number of arithmetic subarrays ending at I. And they have to include I as well. Okay, so the idea is that you have an answer, it starts at 0, you return your answer, then we initialize this to zeros, and then basically we start at 2, we start at I equals 2, and we're always looking at the current one, the previous one, and then 2 back. So if a sub I minus a sub I minus 1, if that equals a sub I minus 1 minus a sub I minus 2, then these three form an arithmetic subarray. So dp of I, we know that it's at least 1, but the number of arithmetic subarrays ending at I also includes the arithmetic subarrays ending at I minus 1, because we're just putting a sub I onto the end of it. So that's where you get your plus the dp of I minus 1. And then you just increase answer right away, plus equals dp of I. Okay. Yep. So that works too. We get accepted. So I understand this line of code. So if you figure out that the last 3 have the same difference, then the number of arithmetic subarrays ending at I is 1 plus, and the reason it's 1 plus is because it's this 1 that we just found, right? Plus the number that are ending at, yeah. So we just found 1 new one of size 3. Hold on a minute. So is the 1 indicating I'm trying to convince myself of this formula. So hold on, let me just check something. Let's try that. Let's try using accumulate. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, it needs to start off at 0, right? Okay. So you don't need, so I just wanted to check that. You don't need to update the answer as you go. You can, you don't have to. You can just sum up the entire DP array at the end, and you'll still get the same thing. And so every single DP of I is the number of arithmetic subsequences ending at I. So then you sum up all of those, so you get the number of subarrays ending at every single index, and that gives you your answer. And then looking here, so if we find 3 in a row, then dp of I is 1 plus the number of arithmetic subarrays ending at the previous index. Yeah, but why though? That's what I'm confused about. Why is it 1 plus? So I'm trying to figure out why it's not like 1 times. Oh wait, not well, it wouldn't be 1 times, but like you can take all of the subarrays that you've seen so far, and you can take all of them, and you can put dp of I on the end. Oh, that's what this represents. All the subarrays that you've seen so far that are valid, you know, arithmetic subarrays, you can take every single one of those and you can throw the new elements on the end. So that's why dp of I includes the dp of I minus 1. That makes sense to me now. So this is entire maximal arithmetic subarray. And then this right here is all the known subarrays with all the previous subarrays with one new element added. So I'm just writing those comments in there to hopefully help it sink into my brain a little bit. Okay, so that's all I'm going to do for that one. So we solved it 2 different ways. We solved it using math, which was a solution that I produced without needing any guidance. Then I decided to solve it using a DP. So I took a peek at the solution, tried to understand the general idea, and then I came in here and wrote it. So this is the DP approach. Okay, so that's it for LeetCode 413 arithmetic slices. And now I'm going to take a look at this next LeetCode question, which is called LeetCode number 91, Decode Ways. The reason I'm doing this one is because it's the next problem up on the dynamic programming study plan. Yeah, decode ways, let's go. A message containing letters from A to Z can be encoded into numbers using the following mapping. A becomes 1, B becomes 2. Makes sense. To decode an encoded message, all the digits must be grouped, then mapped back into letters using the reverse of the mapping above. There may be multiple ways. For example, 11106 can be mapped to 1, and then another 1, and then a 10, and then a 6, or it could be 11, and then a 10, and then a 6. Note that the grouping 11106 is invalid because 06 cannot be mapped into F, since 6 is different from 06, okay? Given a string S containing only digits, return the number of ways to decode it. Okay. And this one is also supposed to be solvable using dynamic programming. But like the previous question, that's not to say that there isn't an equally fast non-DP approach as well. So the maximum length of the input is 100, which is really small. That means you could do like an n-cubed solution, and it would run in time. It would be fine. You're not going to get TLE. I don't know about end of the 4th though. That might be too many zeros. All right, end of the 4th would be pushing it, but end of the 3rd would definitely pass. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, we're gonna have, so we got our string s in. We're gonna have some kind of mapping. And also, we don't actually need to output what the decoded messages are. We're just supposed to output how many different ways to decode it there are. So that means that all we care about is, let's see, string array, what do we want to call this? Tokens. Oh no, it's so this is gonna be a, oh yeah, it is a string array because it's gonna have like 1, 2, 3, 4. It might even be faster to write code to generate this. 6. And then this is going to go all the way through 26. Why am I doing this on each on their own line? So let's do it this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And let's copy this. I should have just written like 2 lines of code to generate this. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Okay, so there's our tokens, talks. Let me just check to see if they're all right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Okay, so these are the strings that we're matching effectively. Use the word matching in the input string. Let's just make sure the code compiles. So this goes here. I do need to return something. Is it guaranteed the input is valid? Like, what am I supposed to return? Oh, okay. So it's supposed to return 0 if there's no matches. So first of all, we're gonna have to go through the string, obviously. So int n equals s.size, and then for int I equals 0, I is less than n plus plus I. We're gonna have to go through, and we're gonna have to figure out what matches we have. So for example, if we were to discover that s sub I is a 1, then we want to try to use 1 there, but it could also, depending on what the next digit is, it could also be 10 through 19, right? And then you have a similar thing going on for 2. If the first number is 2, yeah, then you could have, it could also be any of these depending on what the next one is. So let's think about how we might be able to DP this. So we make our DP array. So what would be a good thing for DP of I to be? DP of I could be like number of valid something like number of valid decodings for the substring 0 to I. So if we did that, then the answer to the problem is dp of n minus 1. But the question then is, will this work? So, okay, how do we go about this? dp of I in here. So I have an idea. Let's have it look at 2 at a time. Is this gonna work? dp of I equals something like let's shift up the DP array by 1. So we'll start off with dp 0 equals 0, and then the answer is dp of n. dp of I then becomes the number of valid decodings for the subarray, for the substring that. And so what we want to do is, I think what we can do is just look at the current character and then look at the current character along with the character next to it. Or I could look at the previous character. So here's what I can do. I think. Yeah. So we'll go I from 1 to n. And we'll handle the previous character by itself. Then we'll handle the previous character plus the current character. So dp of I minus 1. It would just be dp of I. That's for the previous one. And then down here we'll have dp of I plus 1, which will be for the current character. Just because of the way we've got the dp array set up, it's a little confusing. I'm not even sure it's right, but we want to go, this is definitely right. So here the I is relative to the input string. And then we need to shift it up by 1. yeah. So dp of I equals dp of I minus 1 okay, so let's look. So I'm on the right track here. We need to look at the current letter, the current thing. So we're starting off at 1, and we're gonna look at the previous letter, and then we're gonna look at the current letter and the previous letter together. So if well, so the previous letter is guaranteed to be a valid thing. It's the previous letter plus the current. So yeah. So okay, yeah. So equals that plus 1. So what I'm trying to do is check to see if the previous character is a 1 or a 2. You know, it would be easier to rewrite this as a no, this is fine. This is good. So if the previous character is a 1, and so I don't think I'm going to need this talks thing that I spent so long writing. If it's a 1 and s sub I is greater than or equal to 0, and s sub I is less than or equal to 9, right? And then we have something similar down here, except it can only go from 0 to 6. Okay. This music's too happy for what I'm doing right now. Skip. I need thinking music, bro. Not, I'm celebrating all the happiness of life. Okay, let's see here. So then this would be dp of I plus plus, right? If we can match, oh, this would be dp of I plus 1. Wait. Hold on a minute. I starts off at 1. Oh yeah, so this is dp of I plus equals dp of I minus 2. So if I starts off at 1, we can't do I minus 2. It's confusing because I needs to be relative to the input string, but also relative to the DP array. So, but the way I'm treating I in the for loop is I'm having it be relative to the input string. So I'm always looking at s sub I and s sub I minus 1, so that's fine. But then the DP array is shifted up 1, so this is DP of I plus 1. I'm gonna hate dynamic programming problems like this. So I'm looking at so for I minus 1, single character. Something like this. Yeah, I've got some indexing issues, but I think I'm on the right track though with this approach. So we always need to, when we're considering a character by itself, we just always, oh, it's just previous. Yeah, it's just always that. And then this is supposed to be, is this like this? Oh, wait. And then this starts off at 1, right? So, dp of I minus 1. No, this is close, but no cookie. Oh man, this will be the last problem for the day. It's also the last one that I really had on the list, so that's good. I'll try to get it though. I think I'm on the right track. Just close, but no cookie here. So dp of 0 needs to be 1. One way to decode it. Then every time I'm considering a number by itself in the input, it's just, yo, Gigantic Bucket, thanks for hopping in. This is my second DP of the day, and then I started off the stream with a bunch of Clash of Code, which is where I met my friend Popcorn Fuel, who's been pretty active in the chat today, which is Pog. Yeah, this is LeetCode 91 Decode Ways. It's not particularly crazy, but a lot of like weird indices stuff that I need to handle here. Does this just need to be like this? So these all need to be. Okay, so the expected answer is 2 for this because oh, right. It's so, no, this is just equal. And then this is equal to the previous one plus 1. Is that what is that the mistake here? Okay. Correct answer for one very simple test case. Let's try all of the test cases. Oof. Oh, okay, we're not so bad. We're getting right answer for 2 out of the 3 test cases, but not for this one. So for number 226, I'm saying 2, it should be 3, and that's because it could be BZ, it could be VF, or it could be BDF. Okay, maybe I go through the debugger now. Let's see. Let's just do it. See if we can decode what's happening here. So 100, step over. So we're saying there's one way for the 2, which is correct. Oh no, we're right. We're starting to look here. Okay, so I got 2 here. I believe that's because it recognized that it can be 22 or 22. Then when we incorporate the 6, huh? What just happened? It just overwrote something. Is that supposed to be plus equals? No, I'm just guessing. Yeah. Yeah, that'll be a lot more work. I just have to count them. But right now my code can't even do that. Okay, so I is 1. So hold on a sec. After all this runs, I was 1 and we got that doesn't look right. Is that 2 supposed to be right there? 0, 1, 2. Yeah, no, that is right. So the 2 corresponds to the 2 here. So this is where the problem happens though. Now I'm looking at the 6, and I'm basically saying that I is 2. Oh wait, this needs to be hold. Is this the problem? This needs to be I plus 1, and then I. Something like this. Okay, that gets expected output for that test case. Okay, we're getting expected output for the 3 examples. And as I suspected, it was just a stupid like index thing. I was doing I and I minus 1 instead of I plus 1 and I. So why was it I? Well, we don't actually know if it's right yet, but okay, let's find that out now. Okay, it fails for a stupid test case. So let's isolate that test case by itself. Obviously, the answer is supposed to be 1 for that, and I'm saying 0. Okay, so let's run the debugger for this one, because that's interesting. Oh, it doesn't even get here. Huh? Oh, if it's, I see. It's just a stupid edge case that I need to handle where if the length is 1, my loop doesn't run at all. So that should handle it. Okay, let's try all the test cases again. What? Oh, hold on a minute. 0 is not valid. The only time 0 is valid is if it's the second digit of 10. Okay, so if n equals 1, let's revise this a little bit. Return s sub 0 equals 0. Okay. So we get that. And then the other thing is if s sub I is not equal to 0. Then we do this, because this is just like counting. Did I pass the 0 test case now? Oh my word, dude. I'm just failing every single like base test case here. Okay, so we get 10 as the new test case. Oh yeah, and 20 obviously as well. We can have so I say 2. So the 0 by itself shouldn't count. Also, I'm curious about this test case. 0, 1. 0, 1 does work, but 1, 0 still is not working. So for 1, 0, it should be here, and it should come in here. Okay, let's debug this test case. So 1, 0, 0, then we come in here. Ooh. Is that right? So it's getting 2 here, but it's not supposed to. It's supposed to just be 1. So it went to dp of I minus 1, so it went to the beginning of the array. Okay, so are those plus 1s not right then? I thought those were necessary. So that removing them fixes that test case, but how are we doing on all the test cases now? Wrong. We're oh, wait a minute. I see. So the plus 1 is right, except when you're dealing with a 0. So it's actually really similar to what we're doing up here. Plus 1 means that, like for a 12, you want to do plus 1 because you're adding, you can also have like 1 and 2 separate from 12. But if you have 1, 0, you can't have the 0 by itself. So this needs to be plus a ternary where we check to see if s sub I equals 0, 0, 1. And then I need the same down here. Okay. Is that the only edge case? Is the 0? Oh, okay. So in the case of the 27 and I said 0? These test cases though. Okay, so 27 should be 1, obviously, because it can only be a 2 and a 7. Why did I say... Why is my code saying 0 for that? Okay, let's run the debugger. 27, so we got 1 0 0, which is always how it starts. Then okay, so then wait, what the heck even happened there? Definitely didn't do what I was expecting it to do. So we got I equals 1, we got s equals 27. Start off with a 1 there. This, if s bar is not equal to 0. Okay, so we're looking at the 7. So it's trying to pull from here. This one is 0 though. That's why I originally thought that this needed to be I and I minus 1. But I don't think that is correct for all the test cases. Yeah, it still doesn't even work here because it only moves it over by 1. Problem, bro, this problem. This is not even hard, right? LeetCode has this as medium. Okay, so do I need to add a base case for DP of 1? I think I do. So DP of 1 is the first character, and it just basically can't be a 0, right? Does this need to be the same? I don't know, let's see what this does. Okay, so now test case 226 is not working. Oh, this problem, dude. I hate this. Okay, yeah, so we're saying 5, it's supposed to be 3. Where's 5 coming from? This is not actually right, is it? 22 can be either 2 2s or a 22. So that's supposed to be 1 1 2, not 1 1 3. Okay, where are we failing now? The last test case. Mr. 27 again. Whew. I don't know how much longer I can stare at this one. I don't want to give up, but this one might have me defeated for the day, and I'll come back and try it again tomorrow. Let me just see. I'll give it a couple more minutes here. So those are the test cases. Would it be easier to iterate backwards? Or would it would just be the same, right? It doesn't change the algorithm at all to iterate backwards. I think it's like the order that I'm updating the DP array is not right. this to let's go back to do I need to put in 2 base cases? So I want to be able to look back too. That's what my code here is doing. So basically, dp of 1 is going to be it's going to be dp of 0 plus 1. So basically, dp of 0, if it's 0, then 0 or 1. dp of 1, if we're looking at a number from between 10 and 19, then we know that we have at least 1. But it could be 2 if the previous number was not. So if we have like 19, thinking about just these base cases might help me understand better what needs to happen in the for loop. Oh, nice, you got this one? That's pog, dude. I'm not having a great time, unfortunately. Oh, wait a minute. 6. Is this right? Okay, so we're still wrong on 226. Let's. Oh, you weren't able to submit it? Or you can't rewrite it in the language that's accepted? I mean, I understand if you just want to do it in Lua, but like you got to run it because they run it against a bunch of hidden test cases, you know, like ones that aren't listed here in the examples. But that's still pog though that you tried it out. Oh, okay, cool. So it does run it against the hidden test cases then. That's cool. Okay, 1 0 0. 1 2 0. So far we're right. 22 has 2 possible arrangements. So what did it do there? It copied over that. It copied over the 2. Was it supposed to do that? I don't know. I don't know. And then it does these, and we get increased to 5. Okay, so I'm starting to think that I don't think we're supposed to be like plussing this. Hold on a minute. Okay, so What are we wrong on? Oh, we're wrong on something else. 2, 3, 1, 0, 2. Oh, here we go. We're wrong on what are we wrong on? 2, 0, 2, 1, 0, 0, 1, 2, 0, 0, 1, 2, 3. Where's the wrong answer? Oh, by the way, we got some serious wind here right now. That's probably going to come through the stream, and I don't think there's anything I can do about that, so I apologize. Hopefully if I get this accepted, I'll be able to end stream. So, now I'm confused. Which of my test cases is failing? So 2, 3, 1, 0, 2, 2, 3, oh, 2, 3, 1, 0, 1. So it's 2, 3, 1, 0. Oh, it's the 0 case. Okay, so this case is now, okay, what, is it the 10 case? Yeah, okay, it's the 10 case. So, I'm outputting 2, it's supposed to be 1. Obviously, it's supposed to be 1. Let's see if we can figure out why. Okay, it runs instantly because that's how I coded it. Here, let's put the breakpoint there. This is this right here. This is else if s sub 0 is not equal to 0. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's this one is happening right here. So seeing that it's a 10, adding 1. Oh, but it shouldn't add 1. Yeah. It's the same thing as what I was doing before, like s sub 1 cannot be a 0. So this is promising that this is the same as what I have in the loop, but something's still not quite right. Oh, question mark. Okay, after all this time, we're back to passing all the test cases we know of. Let's submit again. Oh my god. Okay, so now we've got a new test case that we're failing. Uh, 2101. Yes, clearly the answer is... Okay, let's just debug and see what happens. Like, honestly, this logic right here is probably the logic I'm supposed to have in my loop. Let's just go out on a limb and copy it in. So everywhere there's s of 0, it should be s of I. No. S of 0 is s of I plus 1, right? I think. No, it's s of I. And then s of 1 is s of I plus 1. Wait a minute, is it? Oh yeah, so what is the dp supposed to be? So it's supposed to be dp of I and I minus 1, I think. Wait a minute, so we're looking at we're looking at I and I minus 1 and I think. These would be I minus 2, right? What time is it? 7 o'clock. Let's see what's happening with our friend 226 again. Okay, so we start off with 1, 2, which is right. But we're looking at the 2, 6. So it's gonna get here. Oh, wait, that bumps it up. Still not gonna work. So got 1, 2. We want it to become 1, 2, 3 because you look at the 6, and that gives us there's 2 ending there. Oh wait, this is dp of I minus 1, right? Am I being stupid? This is dp of I minus 1. Okay, so it is dp of I minus 1. What's going on with all the test cases? So we're wrong again on this. So let's try to take a closer look at what's going on with this test case. Nice, man. Well, congrats on getting it. I'm still sitting here fighting it. Can't guarantee for how much longer. I might just call it here shortly, and probably start from scratch tomorrow with a fresh brain. Yeah. So we've got 1 and 2, which is correct for those first 2. And we're expecting to go, we're expecting this code to run. So it goes to 1, 2, 2. Is 1, 2, 2 right for 2, 1, 0? So at the when I'm at 2, 1, it's definitely 2, and then the 0. So basically, we've got 2 possibilities, right? It's 2 and 10, or it's 21 and, oh, it can't be 21 and 0. So this is too high, right? It should be, we actually want a 1 here. We want a 1 right there because it's going to be 21 and 10. Sorry, 2 and 10 are the only options for this string of 2, 1, 0. It's a nice little test case too. We can just have that here. Yeah, so basically if we have a 0 there, it's just okay, wait, so are my cases too simple? Do I need to make this even more complicated? So we do this and we can see that the previous 2 form something between 10 and 19. then we have to do something different depending on whether the second one is a 0. If it is a 0, if the second one is a 0, then it's I minus 2. Otherwise, it's dp of I. What? This is what I had before. So this is what I like want to write right now. I want to be like dp of I minus 2 plus 1, but that's not. Oh, let me look at this again. So when we look at the 10, it's 0, so we just want it to be the number that we got here. Now if this is 11 though, now it's so it's the number that we had there plus 1. Oh wait, it's dp of I minus 2 plus dp of I minus 1 plus 1? Is that it? And then I would need also, so this we can do like the behavior for it starting with a 2 and it starting with a 1 is the same. So it would be this or this. I think I'm on to something here. I'm still not sure about this bottom case, but let's try out so if S of I is 0. Here, let's do the debugger again, and let's just take a look at what happens. So we start off with 1, 2, which is correct for 21. And we're looking at the 0. So it should... hold on. This should be char 0. Okay. Debug. So 1, 2... Whoops. 1, 2, 1. So 1, 2, 1 is correct for that. 1, 2, 1 is correct for 2, 10. So that's kind of pog. The reason it's 1, 2, 1 is because you can only do 2 and 10 there. You can't do 21 and 0. Okay, so then what happens next? Now we're at I equals 3, so we're looking at the 1 here. So neither of those test cases. So it goes down here, and okay, so this is important. What do we want to happen? We want it to be just the previous number plus 1. Okay, so no, just the previous number if it's not a 0. Okay. Like that. Okay, so that's right for that. I wanted this to be 2, 1, 0. We're slowly making progress on this problem, but okay, so we're back to failing for 226 now. Let's see if we can figure out why. so expected answer is 3 because you can do 22 and 6, you can do 2 and 26, and you can do 2, 2, 6. So let's debug and see what we get. So we start off with 1, 2, 0, which is correct for 2, 2. Then we're looking at the 26. So we're gonna match with that check, and we're gonna come in here. Huh? Okay. Yeah. So SBI is not 0. So we want it to be the previous number. Oh, wait. Plus, yeah, wait. I guess there's not supposed to be a +1 here. Okay. So we're back to passing 226. This should definitely not be a medium problem. Okay, we're back to passing all the test cases. So I hope this is it now. Oh my god. Okay, so something's wrong with Mr. 301 here. I bet, you know what, I think there's something wrong with my base cases now, actually, because I like revise what I'm doing in the loop. Also, I don't know why I still have all this commented out code here. So let's check out case 301. I bet we're not doing the base cases right now. So expected 0, output 1. Okay, so yeah, there's no way to do it. Let's see what happens in the debugger. I want my breakpoint there. Okay, so yeah, this is definitely not right. So for 3, it should be 1. So that's correct, but the 0 there, we should get a 0. So what happened there? So we were looking at oh, okay, so whittling away at it. Oh my god. Oh, that took me way too fucking long. I'm sorry. Anyone who stuck with me through that, you're a champ. We got the problem accepted after much fighting with it. Like now that I think about it, this makes sense. This solution. But my initial approach was off. Like I had an idea in my mind for how I wanted to go about it, and I should have challenged that sooner, I think. Clap clap. Thanks, man. Yeah, it came through at 0 milliseconds, but I wouldn't like as I was saying before, with problems that don't have like large test cases, it generally runs pretty fast. Like this one, for example, they tell you here that the length of the input is less than 100. So unless you're doing like an n cubed loop, it's gonna run really quick, and it runs so fast that their timer isn't even able to like register a time for it. But it's not 0 milliseconds. It's obviously higher than that. There's no way that my program ran instantaneously. So is this similar to the approach you took? I'm curious to know what you did. I mean, this is the last problem I'm doing, and I'm gonna wind down now and end the stream, but how did you approach the problem? Did you do like Oh, okay. Nice. Yeah, sure. You can send it over and I'll take a look. Yeah, send me the Python one. I wouldn't be able to understand what's going on in the Lua one. Also, these base cases here are not necessary. Like, I could restart. I could go back to what I was doing before, where I had the DP array starts off 1 before, just with a 1 in there, and then I don't need these cases. It'll just do that in the loop. Oh, I see. Okay, so you did the thing where you make it 1 bigger, prev_cur equals previous in the current. Yeah, your logic is seems to be way more streamlined than mine. So if the current is 0 and the prev is 1 or 2. I see, yeah, then you have to skip, yep. If the cur is 0, return 0. Oh, I see, because you've already checked for this case. If it's 0 by itself, then it's borked, so you just return 0. I got you. And then if prev is 1 or prev is 2 and cur is less than 7, then you get you take the previous plus you take the 2 I plus 1 equals I and I minus 1. Else you just carry it over. Yeah, that's pretty similar. It's easier to read, for sure. Nice work, dude. I mean, my code would look better if I deleted this. Like, I could do my base case differently, and then my logic would just be this. But honestly, I've been staring at this problem so long that I don't care. So, yeah. If we look at the solution page, yeah, it's really fast. It compiles down and runs on the CPU. Solution article. So obviously you could do recursion with memorization. The iterative approach. Let's see. I bet they did something pretty similar to what we did. Yeah, I mean, it's basically the same thing. Iterative with constant space. Yeah, you could do that. You could just keep track of the last 2, and that's it. Which one's less code? Yeah, they did some like magic here. They took a substring of size 2 and converted it to an int. And then they can just check, they can compare the int with 10 and 20 or 26. Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, I've got a bunch of ifs as well. Honestly, doing it like this is better for readability. I should probably start solving these types of problems in Python, where I can just take a substring of size 2 and convert it to an int in like instantly, in like a really nice readable way. But anyway, so I'm gonna be back tomorrow with more of the same. I'll start off with Clash of Code. for a while. Hopefully attract some viewers into the stream using the Clash of Code, or CodinGame's like live streams thing. I love that. So I'll probably do like an hour or two of Clash of Code, and then I'll do some more Codewars, and then I'll come back into LeetCode, and hopefully I'll be looking at day 11 of the dynamic programming study plan, because I was able to get both of these finally, thankfully, arithmetic slices and decode ways. Arithmetic slices we got so fast, using an approach that I think is actually cooler than DP, and then decode ways took a long ass time. But yeah, tomorrow back for more Clash of Code, Codewars, LeetCode. I'll try to do these next two dynamic programming problems tomorrow, and then also I'm on Algo Expert as well, and so I try to throw an Algo Expert problem in there every once in a while as well. Yeah, popcorn fuel. No worries if you can't come. Algo Export. No worries if you can't come, but if you do show up, I'll be appreciative. If you don't show up, I won't be not appreciative. So yeah, that's it. Also, thanks for the follow. I only got the one follow today, but that's fine. One follow better than 0 follows, and getting a follow from an active chatter is also better. I've had people like follow without saying anything, and that's fine too, but it's nice to have people active in the chat. So yeah, that's it for the stream. Anyone who made it this far, thank you very much, and I'll be back tomorrow for more of the same. Peace.